Chapter 581. Failed. Go Hong's eyes narrowed menacingly. Simultaneously, everyone in front of him trembled and lowered their heads. Go Hong was known as the Crazy Blade, not because of his temper, but because of his rational nature. However, when he became angry, everything changed. His anger drove him to act like a mad cow, hence the nickname, the Crazy Blade. Dong Woong failed. It appears so. Go Hong stared at the messenger in silence. Blood drained from the face of Li Zhongbao, who was bowing down. So, even though he led the entire troop, he failed. How much damage was inflicted on the other side? What happened to that rat, Im So Bao? That. As Li Zhongbao hesitated, Go Hong leaped up from his seat. If you can speak now, then open your mouth. Eek. Eek. Yes. Yes. Ill reported. The enemy, the Mount-Hua-sect, apparently suffered no damage. None. Go Hong tilted his head to the side as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. So, he led an entire troop, and they were defeated, but the opponents suffered no damage. I apologize, but... He. Go Hong laughed as if the answer was absurd. Am I dreaming? Are the bandits we sent weaker than we thought? Or is the Mount-Hua-sect much stronger than we anticipated? Li Zhongbao quickly bowed down and responded. The Mount-Hua-sect is not to be underestimated. They have already proven their strength by defeating the armed forces of the 10,000 people clan. Quang. Before he could finish speaking, a loud explosion sound and dust filled the room. Drip. Cold sweat trickled down Li Zhongbao's face. When he slowly turned his head, the spear that should have been behind the chair was right next to him. He would have been reduced to a cleanly cut piece if it had flown just an inch to the side. So, L leader, are you suggesting that I, who should be in the position of the Green Forest King, should be wary of those brats? A sect that isn't even in the 9 great sects. Li Zhongbao remained silent. Although Mount Hua wasn't one of the 9 sects, it was still a sect that can be ignored. However, telling that truth to Go Hong at that moment was akin to asking for his own execution. How dare they compare themselves to our leader? That's completely unjust. Li Zhongbao lowered his posture to the extreme, but Go Hong remained tense. What nonsense. Go Hong abruptly stood up and shouted as if his face would burst. Prepare everyone. I will go there myself. Please calm down, leader. Calm down. Do I appear capable of that after being treated this way? What will the other leaders think? It was true that other bandit groups had joined forces here to oust Green Forest. However, it hadn't been decided who among them would take over the position of Green Forest. If they discussed it and lost their strength and power to fight, then Im So Baong would continue. But now, his men had been disgraced. It was clear that everyone would consider him unfit for the position of the king. So you need to be even more composed. If we confront Mount Hua like this, won't our power be unnecessarily diminished? If that happens, the others will seize the greater prize. The prisoner, what do we gain? Who would be pleased if our strength diminished? We've already suffered enough damage, but our force will be annihilated if we expend more strength to deal with others. Those people will seize that moment and attack like wolves. Please rectify this. Go Hong's face twisted. Ads by Pub Future. I would go and personally defeat Mount Hua, so why should I bear the losses? At this point, Li Zhongbao's face contorted horribly. I am too flustered to even speak. If he had just a little bit of intelligence to complement his strength, he would have already become the Green Forest King. Im So Baong and the Mount Hua sect will surely target this place. Are you suggesting that I should just wait patiently for that to happen? Me. Leader. Please consider this. Aren't there already other camps on their way here? So as they pass through, of course, their strength will be depleted. All we have to do is prey on the weakened ones. You fool. What if another bandit group captures the Green Forest King while we play it safe? Isn't that like watching a chicken on a roof? Dogs don't climb roofs, but we can, right? If they capture Im So Baong, we can attack them and take Im So Baong from them. Isn't it the law of the Green Forest? Go Hong also finally showed a hint of concern. And so? Yes. Leader. When the other bandits fight against them, their strength weakens, and we can wipe them all out. Then, no one will be able to object to you taking the position of the Green Forest King. That's the way. He. As expected. Even though he received praise, Li Zhongbaong just sighed. What on earth is going to happen to Green Forest? For him, who was tied to the Great Star Bandits, there was no other option than to follow Go Hong. But if Go Hong ascended to the position of Green Forest King, it was clear what would happen. It was obvious without much thought. This was no different from the path that led the Green Forest to ruin. If only Im So Baong was healthy, he would have been the perfect Green Forest King. He felt regret, but what could he do? The Green Forest was a place where the strong ruled. Then, as suggested, I will restrain myself this once. But if things don't unfold as you said, you should prepare yourself to be thrown down this mountain in pieces. Yes. Leader. Slash. Gulp. Amid the flurry of activity, Bak Cheon's eyes trembled. He stared darkly at those around him. After holding back for a moment, Bak Cheon finally spoke. Do not move. We are smoothing out your clothes' wrinkles. Kids. His clothes weren't wrinkled, though. There's dust here. Dust it off. Shake it off. Bak Cheon closed his eyes tightly as he looked at the sages who had been fussing over him. Please stop. No. Chang Yang told us to make sure you look shiny and sleek, without a single flaw. Am I a horse? A white horse. He talks a lot. At that moment, Chang Yang slowly walked over and inspected Bak Cheon's front and back again. Think back, Sasuk. What? How did you feel when you saw the southern edge in the past? What I felt. Not anger, but the rest. Ads by Pub Future. That. Tall and clean, to be honest, they looked enviable. Chang Yang read the answer on Bak Cheon's face and asked again. Do you know why that is? They say things like that about Jin Jiam Raong. If the great disciple of the Southern Edge sect with the most noticeable face was messy, who would have found that appealing? It felt like something he had to refute as a Taoist and as a person. Still, Bak Cheon, recalling the scene Chang Yang spoke of, could not find anything to refute. How can people who have never held a sword in their lives know if we are amazing or just plain stupid? You must either wield a sword correctly, perform a sword dance, or look amazing. So don't talk nonsense and stay still. Bak Cheon fought back tears. It wasn't that he didn't understand what Chang Yang was saying. But there is a time and a place for such things. How did it make sense to look like a flower leader when they were about to fight the Green Forest bandits, you insane idiot? At that moment, Im So Byong slowly approached and clapped his hands. Ha 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 ha. You look so nice. Obviously, Taoist Bak Cheon is a man of amazing beauty, and you lack nothing. Yeah, you, half-beggar. Me. You go to the back. No, you stay in the middle so that no one can see you. To put on a face in front of others that makes me look like I have gained nothing. Just go away. Im So Byong, whose shoulders slumped at Chang Yang's harsh words, burrowed into the group of Mount Hua disciples. Watching the scene, Black Knight Tiger and Bien Chong swallowed their tears. Green Forest King. You are outrageous people. Where in the world would the Green Forest King be treated like this? Even though he was now half disposed, he was still a person who lived as a Green Forest King. But Chang Yang's eyes sparked at Bien Chong. Yeah, you too. Do not make a scary face that will disturb the viewers. Go to the middle and bow down there. Yes, Hyang. I understand. After taking down the ugly things, Chang Yang frowned and looked around at the remaining people. Yeah. Bald head. Do not, you bastard. Don't you have even a bit of conscience? What are you doing to Monk He Yun? This is wrong, this is so wrong. You. He Yun's face his entire head became hot. Chang Yang looked at the shiny head with a disapproving look and nodded as if there was nothing he could do. There is nothing to do. You can stay ahead there, fine. Thank you, disciple. Still, He Yun was a monk, so he was glad that he didn't have to hide. Hyun Sang secretly asked Chang Yang. Chang Yang. But do you have to go this far? We will soon find out. Chang Yang looked towards the door. Just then, Yu Yisale entered through the open door. It seems like everyone is here. Chang Yang nodded crisply and addressed everyone. Alright, everyone, straighten your shoulders, and let's head out. Ads by Pub Future. We'll find out now. How will we be perceived in the future? Even the Sehyung should get used to this. However, those who hadn't grasped the situation yet whispered with puzzled expressions. What is he up to? Let it be. It's not like he enjoys repeating himself, at a novel but at hat. Chang Yang clicked his tongue as if wondering what they knew. Then, he slowly walked towards the door. Alright then, let's go. Soon, the door swung open, allowing light to pour in and revealing the scene outside. Bak Cheon, who was leading the group, was taken aback. Whoa. What? People were crowding the street that stretched outside the door. They were packed so densely that it felt as if they could be crushed at any moment, yet they continued to cheer and shout loudly. They are the heroes of Mount Hua. The Mount-Hua-sect is going to subdue the bandits. Whoa. Amidst the deafening roar, Chang Yang asked calmly. What is it? Let's go. I understand. Bak Cheon exhaled softly and began to move his feet. The disciples of Mount Hua followed behind him, all of them appearing shocked. Of course, it wasn't as if they hadn't anticipated this. Since they had already thwarted the bandits once, they knew that the people would certainly cheer for them. However, they hadn't expected this kind of gathering. The disciples of Mount Hua stepped onto the main street and headed towards the gate, walking along the road lined with people on both sides. Please destroy the bandits. Don't get hurt. Long live the Mount Hua sect. Every step they took was met with cheers, support, and concern for their well-being. The disciples of Mount Hua whispered with flustered expressions. Is this how it usually is? I don't know. How could I know? This is my first time experiencing this. Do all other sects receive such cheers? TSK. At that moment, Chang Yang looked back at the whispering people and frowned. I am sorry. Shoulders. Shoulders wide. The disciples of Mount Hua all straightened their shoulders without realizing it. They are applauding the Sehyungs for what they did. Straighten those shoulders and accept it all with confidence. You will experience this countless times in the future. After hearing Chang Yang's words, their shoulders whitened and gained more strength. There was an awkward yet confident expression. Chang Yang burst into laughter at that. Of course, they're flustered. In the past, Mount Hua faced such things every day. As soon as the word got out that Mount Hua came to Shan, people flocked to them like clouds. However, it would have been extremely unfamiliar and awkward for these kids. But they need to get used to this. This was one of the many things Mount Hua lost. The reputation, the fame, the strength. Chang Yang planned to bring it all back to Mount Hua. First, we go for the bandits. And his eyes turned to Mount Hyong in the distance. It's not enough to just get those things back. Make the reputation of Mount Hua resound through the entire Central Plains. More than before. Right, sect leader Sehyung. It's been a while since you said the right thing. What are you talking about? I always say the right thing. He. Chapter 582. Let's go, you bandit. Upon hearing that voice, Dongwoon gazed at the mountain path before him with blurred eyes. After all, he was a bandit by both name and profession. Of course, it wasn't as if this was his own territory, but he was still renowned in his domain, the mountains, so the sight of reaching a mountain usually filled him with joy. But now, he was grappling with an intense sadness he had never experienced before in his life. Clench. The ropes binding his body were tight. Dongwoon, who was tied up and in the position of being led, looked extremely dejected. What? Chang Yang asked bluntly, his face expressing a question about what the issue was. Nothing. And he couldn't say anything. Because there was too much to say. But no words seemed to make sense to this guy. Even though he had never met Chang Yang before this, he didn't need much time to understand the kind of personality he possessed. What are you looking at? Nothing. This bandit scum, though, you should be thanking me for saving your life. It wouldn't be enough even if you bowed to me for 3 full lifetimes. And you're using your head now. What? Not comfortable with the rope? Want me to cut your arms off so you don't have to feel bad? I am not uncomfortable at all. It's as comfortable as if I had been tied up since birth. Dongwoon gave the most desperate answer. There was nothing he can do to cut this rope. But Dongwoon knew. This meant that this rope was going to end his life, too. It was clear that the moment he got the rope cut, the devil would rush to cut his head. Just how did I end up in this situation? He vowed that if he could survive here, he would never get close to Mount Hua for the rest of his life. Walking slow. Is that your way to rebel? The path here is a bit rough. I'm afraid someone might fall behind if we go too fast. What? I wasn't belittling the people of Mount Hua. No, before that. What did you say? At a novel bun at that. The road is rough. Chang Yang glanced at the disciples of Mount Hua with a sorrowful expression. Indeed, the other disciples who heard Dongwoon's words were scratching their heads in confusion. So, that's a mountain path then. I yawn whenever we enter a mountain path. Doesn't that mean the path is difficult? So, will the path be rough now? Dongwoon's cheeks twitched. It doesn't seem like a bluff though. Judging by their expressions, it seemed like they genuinely didn't understand what he was saying. At that moment, a realization crossed his mind. These people really are from Mount Hua, right? People from the Mount Hua sect should be in Mount Hua. The 5 mountains were famous for their roughness, even in the Central Plains. Among them, the most dangerous place was Mount Hua. He had spent his entire life in Mount Hua, where only birds rested, so it wouldn't be strange if Mount Hyong seemed like a backyard to them. That's why they looked like bandits. No matter how much he thought about it, these Taoists seemed better suited to being bandits. Ads by Pub Future. Rough. No. I wasn't thinking straight. I will get there as soon as possible. Stop talking and start moving. Yes. As Dongwoon began to climb, Chang Yang clicked his tongue briefly and followed him. Chang Yang. Can we trust him and go? It's fine. Chang Yang smiled at Bak Cheon's question. He doesn't seem smart enough to use any tricks. Well, he sure looks like that. Regardless of whether Dong Woong was crying tears of blood, the two continued their calm conversation without a care. And from what I heard, the main part of the bandit group is at the top, and it looks like well stopped by the other ones, too. So there shouldn't be many tricks. Why? Why so? Even within the same place, would bandits with no loyalty risk their lives for bandits from another group? If they did that, then they wouldn't have the right to be called bandits. You were right. Im So Byung cleared his throat as the bandits began to be belittled there. Taoist. It's a bit embarrassing to say it out loud, but even bandits have loyalty. Silence. You've been stabbed in the back by a subordinate and were chased out. Yes. When Im So Byung fell silent, Chang Myung clicked his tongue. Anyway, the bandits are trying to be everywhere. Not even knowing the topic. Hearing Chang Myung's mumbling voice, the Hyun and An disciples shook their heads simultaneously. Now, they had to subdue the bandits of the Green Forest. Even those who were quite experienced would sweat at this task. But he doesn't seem nervous in the slightest. Still, that bastard. Chang Myung appeared relaxed, like someone going to buy alcohol. He wasn't the only one. Hyun Sang slowly tilted his head back. He could see the disciples of Mount Hua following him with such resolute faces. They had changed significantly compared to when they first entered the place. They gained confidence. A position makes a person, and fame raises their shoulders. The cheers that erupted at the guest house encouraged the kids. Of course, everyone, including Chang Myung and his party, received those cheers at the martial arts tournament, but for most of them, wasn't this the first time they had experienced such passionate respect? Depending on how one thinks about it, it might be nothing, but in the end, people gained confidence, and self-confidence brought forth so many things. Hyun Sang looked to Chang Myung. He is a guy we don't know, even if we think we do. A person who usually ignores all the little things and rushes only after results. In times like these, didn't he take care of the smallest details to give confidence to the disciples? Sometimes, a person who seemed like a child was not worthy of the childlike look he received when he showed the experience an old man should have. Anyway, it was a very positive thing that those who were able to face a real battle looked this confident. Wasn't it true just by looking at the disciples who didn't give up despite the terrible enemy? Although he didn't know whether Chang Myung had planned it through or not. Haha. It was always rewarding to watch the students grow. Once this was done, he would slowly step back from the front position and support them. Ads by Pub Future. Move fast now. Why are you thinking so much? His mind was brought back to reality, all thanks to Hyun Young poking him from the back, and Hyun Sang smiled, looking at him. Now, until this guy chooses to back down. It was obvious that the sect would be a mess. Chang Myung. Yes. Chang Myung looked back to see Hyun Sang speak with a stern look. I heard that if we continue like this, the Red Tiger bandits will be the first to be encountered. Yes, true. If we arrive there, we will have to fight right away then. What is your plan? What of it? No plan. Plan. Chang Myung smiled like he finally got the idea of what he was trying to relay. Elder. Have you heard about this thing? Which one? If you get tired, burn it all down. Right, I have. You're not in danger if you know your enemy and yourself. Hyun Sang nodded as if Chang Myung had said the right thing for the first time. It felt nice to see good words and normal words come from his mouth. This means that if we correctly identify the enemy and build the flame, there will be no hardships in dealing with them. Right. Our Chang Myung is also well versed in the art of war. If people studying military tactics had heard this, they would have covered their heads and laid down, but Hyun Sang was being honest. However, the words that came next shattered their expectations entirely. But we don't know our enemy. What would I know about the two bandits? They don't know us either, so there is nothing to know. Chang Myung shrugged his shoulders. I would make a plan if I knew the enemy, but since I don't know, I have no plan. Why did it turn out like this? Just why? Then you are just going to go and fight blindly without a plan. Elder. There is nothing special about the plan. This means the weaker side is struggling to deal with the stronger one. We are stronger, so why make plans? Just hit them. What could he say? It might sound like nonsense, but if one thought about it, it seemed true too. It seemed like there was no one in this world who could rival Chang Myung in his bluffing yet plausible words. Still, Hyun Sang opened his mouth to try and persuade him. No, but there has to be some kind of solution. It was then. There. Oh my. No, why already? But unfortunately, there came a wooden fence that was higher than an adult man's height in front of Hyun Sang. Smiling face casual date is just a click away. Ads by Pub Future. Bandit Fort. I see. Anyone can see this as the bandits den. Chang Myung looked at the wooden fence and clapped his hands. Quack. It is touching to see how they try to hold their identity even when they're using someone else's mountain. Looking at the wooden fence made of thick trees, it looked like it had been made not too long ago. As soon as they arrived, the bandits made a temporary den, not knowing how long the stay would be. Hee hee. What now? Im So Baung, who had approached, smiled proudly, causing Chang Yang to frown. Im So Baung puffed out his chest and said, "Isn't it said that a king should be a king, a minister should be a minister, and a son should be a son? Even though we are bandits, seeing them faithful to their roles made me smile at the beauty. So, the world is only beautiful when bandits act like bandits. You are insane, right?" Chang Yang clicked his tongue as if he had seen the most pathetic thing in the world and looked away. Elder. Yes. Hyun Sang looked at Chang Yang and the bandits alternately and sighed. No. They have already pushed their way to the enemy's nose. What plan could they use here? You. Is it fine? EHH. Elder, your confidence seems to have weakened. Why are you asking if I am okay or not to take down the bandits? Just beat him to a pulp. The other disciples also seemed to agree with those words, their faces bright. His head pounded as they watched the disciples struggling with swords in hand. If anyone sees this, they will think we are here to rob them. In the end, he gave up and nodded. Everyone, be sure not to get hurt. Bak Chon, who received Hyun Sang's gaze, nodded slightly. Yes. Bak Chon and Chang Yang looked at each other. Lead. Ah. Who is in the lead? Well, Sasuk can stand but. Chang Yang grinned, looking ahead. Wouldn't it be better to get a flashy start? He surpassed Dong Woong, took the lead, and stood in front of the high wooden fence. UGHHH. Without another thought, he kicked it open. Bang! This roar rang out, and the shattered wooden fence flew around as if it had been hit by a tornado. Thud. Thud. Large trees fell down, and the poorly built huts fell, too. What? An attack? Who can it be? In response to the mysterious incident, the bandits guarding their living quarters drew their blades and pursued him. Now what, bandits? Chang Yang smiled. This is divine retribution. Eliminate them all. Oh. The disciples of Mount Hua, each brandishing a plum blossom sword, charged at the bandits. Chapter 583. Wong Kang, the leader of the Red Tiger Bandits, listened to the report with interest. So, you're saying they ventured into the city and were? Yes. It didn't seem like they were killed, though. They must be either dead or imprisoned. That's the only explanation. Yes, it appears so, leader. TSK. That damned beast finally did something outrageous. Im So Baung was not an easy man to deal with. He wouldn't have been able to control the Green Forest for such a long time if he had been. Many said he lacked strength, but Wong Kang thought differently. It's not that he lacked martial arts skills, but it's impressive that he managed to hold the position of king for this long with his limited strength, but a novel one it had. Although the presence of the 10,000 people clan caused discontent, if anyone other than Im So Baung had been in his position, they would have been dead within a month. However, Im So Baung maintained his position as the Green Forest king through his actions alone. Didn't the fact that these three rival bandits had to unite against him prove his greatness? Since they acted openly against Im So Baung, it was only natural that they would face consequences. They paid the price for acting without thinking. Does Go Hong have any plans? Go Hong was the opposite of Im So Baung. If Im So Baung overcame his lack of strength with intelligence, behavior, and background, then Go Hong was someone who relied solely on his strength. It's better for Im So Baung to hold the position than for a man like him to be the Green Forest king. Hee hee. Leader, how can that madman even dare to claim the position of the king? Of course, that role should go to you, leader. That's a given. Wong Kang chuckled. If you push him just right, he will fall on his own. People said he was putting on airs because he hadn't yet managed to catch Im So Baung, but Go Hong's patience was thin. It was clear that the moment that Im So Baung was secured and the position of king was freed, the urgency would be revealed. If Wong Kang then takes the time to step up at that time and isolate Go Hong appropriately, it wouldn't be a dream to take the position of the Green Forest king. But, leader, you need to be careful. Wang Kang frowned slightly at those words. What do you mean? Mount Hua. Mount Hua? Yes. Even though it was within the city, didn't the bandit party get defeated without much effort? This means that Mount Hua's power is greater than expected. He is like that too. Wang Kang scratched his chin. It was clear that Im So Baong's plan worked well, but wouldn't a plan work if it had the minimum strength to execute it as planned? This meant that at least Mount Hua had the strength to do it. But there is nothing bad about it. The stronger the enemy, the better. The main base and Mount Hua will use up each other's strength. Adds by Pub Future. That is true. If those people weren't insane, they wouldn't climb a mountain with 3 bandit groups placed together. And since that Go Hong bastard isn't going to sit quietly and let himself be humiliated, we just have to wait until the Great Star Bandits cannot stand it anymore and go to fight Mount Hua down the mountain. Yes, leader. Wang Kang twitched the corner of his mouth. Whether it was the desire to become the Green Forest King or Mount Hua, which came here for the sake of useless ideas of justice, everyone looked stupid. The moment when Wang Kang smiled with a satisfied look. Quang. W what? He jumped up at the ear-splitting sound that came, but the ceiling collapsed before he could turn his head. A fence. Crack. Giant trees attacked the houses, and the entire building began to collapse. Crack. A large wooden pillar whizzed past his face. His eyes widened in shock. What nonsense is this? L leader, is everything okay? Crack. Instead of answering, Wang Kang gritted his teeth. He wasn't the type to be defeated by a mere tree, but the sudden situation tested his patience. What are you doing, you fools? Go and check what happened. Yes, leader. His dust-covered subordinates ran outside. Wang Kang clenched his fists. Since this couldn't happen without reason, it meant that someone had attacked them. Go Hong. He took a step forward, the most likely suspect in his mind. As he climbed over the rubble, he saw warriors rushing in, leaping over the shattered and collapsed wooden fence. It's an attack. Leader. It's an attack. I have eyes, too. Wang Kang shouted loudly, his blood boiling. Could it be the Great Star Bandits? Initially, he thought that the treaty had been broken and the Great Star Bandits had chosen to attack them, but the uniforms of the rushing bandits were clearly different from those of the main base. What is that? Mount-Hua-sect. Mount Hua. Yes, the plum blossom pattern on their chests makes it clear. Adds by Pub Future. This is madness. Why would the Mount-Hua-sect invade this place? There was no way that anyone with a shred of common sense would attack a group of over 1,500 people with just 100. This wasn't a matter of numbers. Even a child who had just learned to walk wouldn't agree to this fight. But right now, the same absurd thing was happening before his eyes. Why is the Mount-Hua-sect, which should be somewhere else, here? He could feel his rage building. Did this mean that all his plans had been ruined? Leader. Damn it. Stop them. Smash their heads. Yes. Although attacked suddenly, Wang Kang wasn't easily pushed around, so he reacted without panicking. The Red Tiger bandits, who received the orders, roared and rushed to confront the disciples of Mount Hua. Cut off their heads. Skin them alive. They spat out harsh words to assert their identity. However, this wasn't merely a display of their rage. Those from the Justice sect, who assessed others' skills through sparring and manners before a fight, were bound to be shocked when such vicious words were thrown at them. This momentum would overwhelm them even if they didn't get flustered or panicked. This was a tactic they learned from their experiences dealing with the Justice sect. However, coincidentally, the people they were dealing with now were not ordinary Justice faction members. How dare these worthless things use their mouths? I will knock them down. I am going to throw them off the cliffs. Let's see if you can talk after I stick a plum branch into your mouth. Contrarily, the bandits who were gaining momentum flinched without even realizing it as they saw the Mount Hua disciples charging in with a more vicious look than them. What? These bastards? Are they really from the Justice faction? The Mount Hua disciples had red eyes and they instantly overwhelmed the bandits. How could they even know? For them, things like life and shouts were nothing more than child's play, which they encountered every day. Compared to Chung Myung's viciousness and sharp sarcasm, which felt like it was digging out their stomachs with a needle, the bandits' swearing was peaceful. Mount Hua's disciples overpowered them and attacked the bandits. UGHHHH. D. They rushed in with extremely violent force, scattering elaborate and splendid sword energy that didn't match their ferocity. Ah. P. Plum Blossom. The bandits' eyes widened when they saw the flower-like sword chi rise. The sword chi, which bloomed beautifully, soon burrowed into the vulnerable parts. ACKK. Adds by Pub Future. AHKK. The bandits cut down in an instant, fell on the spot, screaming and falling back. As the battle line collapsed instantly, the disciples of Mount Hua seized the opportunity and rushed forward with fierce force. Do you defeat them? The name of Mount Hua rests on our shoulders. Chang Yang is watching us from behind. What? No, you bastard. Such a strange sight. The force looked terrifying, and the killing intent of the forces of evil was palpable. However, the technique that came from their swords was so clean. The bandits were flustered. They had never seen such a strange sight. These people. Meanwhile, Chang Yang, who was watching the scene from behind, smiled. It seemed like the disciples of Mount Hua were in perfect control of the situation. Even a dog is confident in eating the food in the yard. It was because they had confidence. But now, they had more than just confidence. If you strike first, make sure to land the final blow. Chang Yang raised his hand and pointed ahead. Go now, Sasuk. Say go. Sehyang. Break their backs. Oh my. Here we go, you bastard. Anyway, it's real. Everyone was cursing from their mouths, but they had already moved when Chang Yang stretched out his fingers. Bak Chon, Yu Yisel, Yun Zhong, and Zhou Gul, who ran like lightning, jumped over the other disciples and soared into the sky. Wang Kang was shocked. The image of 4 people with no wings soaring into the air was so remarkable that it made his heart stop. Ah! The 4 men simultaneously descended on the bandits' head and slashed the air with their swords. Soon, the plum blossoms bloomed. The flower both bloomed and fell at the same time. Plum blossoms, identical in their shapes and beauty, showered the bandits in a floral rain. From a distance, it was a truly beautiful sight, but it was terrifying for the bandits in the midst of it. The flowers relentlessly pierced their bodies. The Mount Hua sword descended upon those who fainted without uttering a scream. Kuak. Bak Chon, gripping his sword tightly, aimed it at the retreating bandits with a cold expression. Show them clearly what Mount Hua is like. Oh. Those at the forefront led the charge, their shouts echoing for all to hear. Everyone, led by the 5 swords of Mount Hua, swung their swords with fierce determination. We are the Mount-Hua-sect. Here I go. Plum blossoms bloomed, even when unobserved. Having endured the harsh winter, the plum blossoms finally revealed their radiant and gorgeous appearance to the world. If someone were to recount this moment in the future, it would be described thus. It was the day when Mount Hua, after enduring prolonged hardship, finally raised its old and weathered sword and began to display its might to the world. Mount Hua was finally back. Chapter 584. Mount Hua's disciples battled the Red Tiger bandits. A peculiar emotion crossed Hyun Sang's face as he watched from behind. I always dreamed of such a scene. Vanquishing wicked foes with a gleaming plum sword. Upholding the name of Mount Hua and enhancing the reputation of Taoists. The scene he had yearned for, even in his dreams, was unfolding right before his eyes. Of course, it was slightly different from what he had dreamed, but what could be done about it now? Sehyang. I know. Hyun Yang and Hyun Sang's voices were stern. We must stay strong. Now was not the time to be emotional. SRNG. Hyun Sang drew his sword. The undisciples guarding him also unsheathed their swords. Even if we are old hands, we won't have trouble wielding our weapons. It's a bit embarrassing to swing a sword in front of children. Despite their grumbling, the eyes of the undisciples shone brightly. Some of the children had surpassed them. No, judging by the skills the children displayed, more of them had become stronger than they had anticipated. But there was nothing to fear. Every teacher hoped for their disciples to become stronger than them, so they felt proud. But we are the adults of Mount Hua. We need to show that we are not lagging behind the current generation. Yes, Sasok. The undisciples, led by Hyun Sang, charged forward with cheers. It was truly an awe-inspiring sight. Only 2 people who can participate in this stayed behind. Chang Yang and Hyun Yang glanced at each other. An awkward silence ensued, and it was Hyun Yang who broke it first. What are you doing here? No, I think that should be my question. Hyun Yang, who was asked the question, coughed. Isn't my strength obvious? If I show up there for pride and get injured, everyone will worry for no reason, so it's better to just watch from behind. If I joined in thoughtlessly, it would be like stealing someone else's property, so it was better to just watch. Right. Yes. Hyun Yang nodded slightly and took something out of his arms. Want some rice cakes? Hee, it seems like you prepared them well. Ads by Pub Future. Chang Yang accepted the offered item and chewed on it as he observed the battlefield. What a thrilling fight. The current Mount-hua felt subtly different from the past. Even though it was essentially the same sword technique, individual differences were bound to appear depending on who used it. Now, Mount-hua's sword was much faster and slightly more practical than when he was the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. To put it positively, it felt more rational, a bit more like a response to real-life conditions. Well, it can be helped. Since the person teaching was Chang Myung, what more could they do? Chang Myung was the person who had fought the most battles and shed the most blood in the history of Mount-hua. Having been through so many demonic sect battles, it was natural that his sword was merciless. Of course, complaints would inevitably arise from those dealing with the sword, but that's none of Chang Myung's concern. Tradition be damned, I am the tradition. Unconditionally, following the past wasn't the way. Even if it changed a little, if the spirit of Mount-hua was alive, then it could be considered as the sword of Mount-hua. Chang Myung munched on the rice cake and smiled. Meanwhile, his eyes watched everything unfold. Slow. There was a bright glow in his eyes. He had heard the name Green Forest countless times. And he had heard the name of the Red Tiger Bandits, the leaders of the forces of evil who ruled over numerous mountains in the Central Plains. The ones known as the Five Hegemons. The Green Forest was a vast place he would not have dared to step into in the past. However, when he actually faced them directly, the Green Forest did not seem as formidable as he had anticipated. They aren't weak. Mount-hua was powerful. We could not have normally seen this. They always grappled with the monstrous sword of Chang Myung and suffered under the pressure of 5 swords, who were always ahead of the other disciples. Despite their constant training until they reached their physical limits, despite their unending efforts to refine themselves with courage and determination, the gap between them and those who were ahead did not shrink, it only widened. But how did one make themselves feel stronger? Strength was fundamentally a relative concept. To understand one's strengths, one needs a benchmark for growth. But until then, the standards for the children had been too high to reach. Part. Whack HW's sharply extended sword sliced through the flying blade. Twig. The sword cleanly pierced the opponent's shoulder and was swiftly withdrawn. It was then immediately lowered towards the opponent's chest. Explode slowly. Compared to Zhou Gul, this sword seemed to hold back significantly. Compared to Yun Zhong's clean execution, it was nothing more than a struggle to keep up, and compared to the majestic sword of Bak Chun, it wavered helplessly. So, no matter how much they pondered, they could not shake off the same thought. I don't think I will lose. And it seemed he was not the only one with that thought. Part. Gradually, they began to feel more confident in the swords of the Sehyungs swinging beside them. The closer the sword tip got, the more stable they felt, and their expressions radiated confidence. We have become stronger. This was something he had never been certain about during all the time. Smiling face casual date is just a click away. Ads by Pub Future. Although Mount-hua's reputation was increasing and it was becoming a different place than in the past, that was the work of the 5 swords, including Chang Myung, not the other disciples. All they had to do was protect the mountain and endure the harsh training while Mount-hua began to slowly change. Although they said they stopped the 10,000 people clan, who didn't know that the result was only favorable because of the 5 swords. At that moment, the despair and self-hate that had built up began to melt like snow. I don't think the training is in vain. The moment their doubts turned to certainty and their certainty to confidence, the plum blossoms bloomed more intensely. Push more. Bak Sang roared. His hand holding the sword felt stronger and firmer than ever. Of course, he gave up the path of the sword for now. But he was also a swordsman of Mount-hua. There was never a day where he neglected the sword. Proof to the world that there is more than just 5 swords in Mount-hua. We are part of Mount-hua, too. Yes, Sehyung. Yes, Sasok. The moment everyone lifted their swords as one, countless plum blossoms bloomed. It was as if a scene of Mount-hua was brought in here. It wasn't the Mount-hua-sect, but it was because they belonged to Mount-hua that had Novelman had. Now, they were proving with their swords that any place with Mount-hua people could be Mount-hua. Cold in heart, firm in the top of the sword. Do not forget the basics. The one-armed swordsman, who was walking among the disciples, mumbled with a cold look. Never forget. It is the branches which make the flowers bloom, but ultimately, it is the roots which make the flowers bloom. Yes, Dormhead. He appeared with a smile as they responded. Soon, the sword, which was hanging on his right side, was sharply pulled out. It isn't neat enough, but I cannot just continue watching. An Jiam's sword was raised quickly and swiftly, aiming for the bodies of the bandits. Sasok. Sasok. All the disciples of Mount-hua bit their lips at the sight. An Jiam had lost an arm in the fierce battle with the 10,000 people clan. For a swordsman to lose an arm was like a normal person losing both his legs. It was inevitable that he had suffered immensely because of this. But there stood An Jiam in front of them, leading them once again. Even though he was holding the sword with his unfamiliar hand, he didn't seem flustered in the least. How difficult must it have been for this to happen? The expressions of his disciples changed at the thought of how much pressure he must have felt. Follow the head of the training hall. In particular, the disciples around An Jia multiplied, and their force with sharp swords pushed the bandits back. The sound of swords clashing fiercely echoed here and there. Nice. Hyun Sang leaped from the other side, swinging his sword elegantly. A sword that was slightly different from the ones the children held, a hint of the past Mount Hua had. Show them that the strength of Mount Hua is still alive. Yes, Elder. Adds by Pub Future. Everyone became more courageous as they could see Hyun Sang's back. To the disciples, the Hyun leaders weren't just simple adults of the sect. They were like the roots that had endured a long ordeal with their entire bodies and created Mount Hua as it is today. How could they not gain courage when someone like this swung a sword ahead of them? The same was true for the An disciples. Hyun and An began to fill the space next to the 5 swords at the forefront. It wasn't just momentum that came from individual strength. Everyone was proving that not just Chang Myung, not just the 5 swords, but the entire Mount Hua had become stronger. And, of course, Amitabha. Kwang. There was this one strange thing in the middle. There was no other way to describe the situation except to say it was one-sided. The Green Forest bandits were confounded by the Mount Hua warriors, who were executing a brilliant sword technique that shattered their blades. It was unlike any typical Justice faction swordplay. And no. I can't handle this. The terrified bandits began to retreat all at once. They had neither the will nor the reason to risk their lives fighting against an opponent stronger than themselves. There was just one deterrent. Ah. You scum. Slash. Wong Gang, in his fury, struck down a bandit and yelled, "Anyone who retreats will die by my hand. Don't back down. They're all just children." At his furious roar, the retreating Green Forest bandits flinched and stood their ground. Somehow, everyone had lost their will to fight, but they were prevented from fleeing. However, Wong Gang knew that the situation was far from easy. With his senses, he couldn't comprehend it at all. Regardless of how formidable the Mount-Hua-sect was in the past or is now, most of them were merely children who hadn't yet lost their innocence. But now, the Red Tiger bandits felt as if they were dealing with seasoned warriors who had seen everything there was to see in the Kango. The sharpness of their swords, in particular, terrified them. The most unbelievable aspect was their strength. Internal strength grew over time. So, for those who hadn't trained for a long period, this was a wild anomaly. However, it wasn't just 1 or 2 of them, most of them had enough strength to repel their blade. How could this be possible unless we all worked together? But he didn't even have time to understand the situation. If he didn't act immediately, the battle line would crumble. If that happened, all that would remain would be a one-sided slaughter. Gritting his teeth, Wong Gang caught sight of someone swinging a sword at the forefront. First, I will dismantle that old man's power. Among those present, one individual stood out due to his inexperience. If a leader-like figure fell, the balance of the battle would shift. Move aside. Wong Kang charged at Hyun Sang, who was at the forefront. However, someone left their position and darted right in front of him. Thud. The person who landed most gently on the ground aimed their sword at him. Who are you? Mount Hu is Yu Yisel. Yu Yisel's icy gaze made it difficult for Wong Kang to breathe. D. Upholding the name of Mount Hua and enhancing the reputation of Taoists. The scene he had yearned for, even in... Of course, it was slightly different from what he had dreamed, but what could be done about it now? Chapter 585. This woman. Despite his precarious situation, he was one of the leaders of the Green Forest 72 bandits. He may not have been as renowned as Go Hong, but his fame was enough to silence a crying child in the region he hailed from. And this insignificant creature dared to obstruct his path. I don't have time to deal with you, wench. Move now. No. What? Yu Yisel gently shook her head. The elder isn't free to deal with you. Wong Kang's face turned red as he retorted. You who don't even know your place. No further words were necessary. Even at that moment, his battle line was crumbling. There was a limit to sustaining the fight with a numerical advantage. Without hesitation, Wong Kang roared and charged at her. Quang. As if to prove he didn't become a leader for nothing, he executed a terrifying maneuver. The sight of him wielding his jagged blade was enough to make one's hair stand on end. However, Yu Yisel, standing in front of him, remained unfazed. Part. His blade swept through the space she had occupied. The wind it generated was enough to stir up dust from the ground. But no matter how powerful the attack, it was meaningless if it didn't reach its target. And Yu Yisel had completely evaded it by merely taking 2 steps back. Of course, Wong Kang hadn't expected to finish her off with one blow. If he had been that naive, he wouldn't have risen to the position of a leader. Quang. A storm of raw blade chi surged, threatening to tear Yu Yisel's body apart. Yet, Yu Yisale merely stared at the blade hurtling toward her. One would expect her to be terrified at the sight, but there was no hint of fear in her eyes or heart. She had endured too much to falter now. Tat. Yu Yisale struck the ground and leaped directly into the storm of blade chi, which was thick with dust. And Kang! 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 3 consecutive sword strikes created a gap within the swirling blades. Shush! Like a mirage, Yu Yisale darted through that small gap and charged forward, her sword thrust out, targeting her opponent's neck. Huck! Wong Kang, so shocked that his eyes nearly bulged out of his head, spun around in fear. Ads by Pub Future. Thud. His surprise was so great that his landing was sloppy, and he fell on his backside. The fear of death made him sweat. She made it through that. It wasn't a question of whether it was possible or not. He wasn't someone who had never been defeated, but there were times when his blade neutralized threats against him. However, no one who had bested him had ever plunged into a swirling storm of blade chi. It was an act no sane person would attempt. But this young swordsman, who appeared to have lived half as long as he had, was doing just that. Did she not fear it? How could he know? The person he was currently facing was someone who had severed the demonic chi of the high priest of the demonic sect by standing at the forefront and clinging to the body of the high priest, even at the cost of her own life. Yu Yisale pointed her sword at him as he began to sweat and thought with her expressionless face. So different. She was certainly lacking in many ways. The demonic sect might have been more skilled, but they possessed the spirit to inflict wounds on their opponent's body and die, even if it meant sacrificing their own lives. And the high priest of the demonic sect had instilled in her such fear that her body shook. The true embodiment of evil. In the first place, it was impossible for her, who had faced such individuals, to fear Wong Kang. People grow through experience. Yu Yisale felt the sting of those words at that moment. If she had never dealt with the high priest before, even with the same skills, she wouldn't have been able to maintain such composure. See more to experience more. It was evident that those experiences would make her sword stronger. I wondered how on earth they were this strong, but it seems like Mount Hua has given up on fear. Wong Kang's lips twitched as Yu Yisale mumbled. You talk too much. This damned wench. Wong Kang roared, but Yu Yisale made the first move. Her body flowed into the force ahead of her, leaving only illusions behind. Ah! In response to her, the opponent raised his blade and swung it to cut her in half. But Kakang! Yu Yisale raised her sword at an angle, twisting her waist to the side, and struck back the moment the blade came in, sending it down. She then quickly twisted her body. What? It was a martial arts technique that felt like artistry. The moment Wong Kang opened his eyes in surprise, the sword shook like an illusion, creating numerous afterimages. Soon, Wong Kang's entire body was covered in wounds. It was impossible for him, who was seriously injured, to simultaneously block the sword technique that came at him. He eventually raised the blade to block it and threw himself backward. Slash! Slash! He managed to block the vital areas from being hit, but his thick forearms and thighs were cut down like old trees. Quack! Ads by Pub Future. And that made him groan in pain. The sound of the sword hitting flesh was eerily resonant in his ears. Just how? The sharpness of the sword. Was the speed so great that he couldn't see it? Those were all secondary things. What truly shocked him was that her sword aimed for his vital points without hesitation. A sword that didn't want to subdue the opponent. It wanted to kill. Of course, there was no reason why one couldn't wield a sword that wanted to kill just because they belonged to the Justice faction. But the very fact that this girl was doing so made him fear her, and a novel than it had. The world has misunderstood Mount Hua. If anyone had known that such monsters were being nurtured there, they would have intervened. Kuig. Wong Kang increased the distances. The sound of the sword hitting flesh was eerily resonant in his ears. Just how? The sharpness of the sword. Was the speed so great that he couldn't see it? Those were all secondary things. What truly shocked him was that her sword aimed for his vital points without hesitation. A sword that didn't want to subdue the opponent. It wanted to kill. Of course, there was no reason why one couldn't wield a sword that wanted to kill just because they belonged to the Justice faction. But the very fact that this girl was doing so made him fear her, and a novel than it had. The world has misunderstood Mount Hua. If anyone had known that such monsters were being nurtured there, they would have intervened. Kuig. Wong Kang increased the distance as he raised his eyes. The plan was to win by force without giving the opponent the opportunity to rush in. That was a huge mistake. Those who dealt with the swordsmen of Mount Hua should never allow distance. The tip of Yu Yisale's sword trembled gently as if in anticipation. Soon, the red plum blossoms began to bloom. Wong Kang opened his mouth as if he was losing his soul. The plum blossoms floated in the air as if they were alive. Even in that gap, the flowers continued to envelop Yu Yisale's body, and soon, they filled Wong Kang's vision. An illusion. Yes, it had to be that. But wasn't an illusion something that could be distinguished from reality? This was no different from reality. Unconsciously, Wang Kang took a step back and gripped the blade in anger. Ah! And then he screamed as he swung the sword. The strong wind pressure pushed the plum blossoms away, and no matter how much he tried to push and tear them apart, the flowers continued to bloom. In the plum forest, he wielded the blade like a madman, and against the endless flowers, he tried to destroy them. This can't be happening. The leader of a bandit group in Green Forest. A person who should have been crowned as the Green Forest King. There was no way he would be defeated by this young female swordsman from Mount Hua, which wasn't even considered a strong sect. Such nonsense could never happen. While moving, his blade cut through the air due to the rising impatience and lost its sharpness. And then... Yu Yiseal's sharply honed senses didn't miss the opportunity. Yu Yiseal's sword rose like a hawk stalking its prey among the fluttering plum petals and rushed toward Wang Kang's neck. Quack! Despite the change in form, Wang Kang raised his blade to block it. He tried to turn. But Yu Yiseal's sword, which flew in like light, easily overcame his sword and dug into Wang Kang's neck faster. Ads by PubFuture. Wang Kang was wide-eyed in disbelief. But no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find Yu Yiseal. She had decapitated him. His shortened life was ended as he tried to turn his head to see her. Such a swift sword changed. Pua! His half-cut neck began to spurt out blood. His vision gradually blurred, and his body suddenly lost strength. Sword ghost. The last thought he had after he realized what he had gone through. Thud. His huge body fell down with blood gushing from his neck, and the surrounding grass was stained red. Leader. Leader RRR. They watched their leader lose his life and screamed in despair. The screams weren't for the death of their leader, but the screams of fear for what would happen next. Pat. Yu Yiseal brushed the blood off her sword and glared at the other bandits. Silence fell. The faces of the bandits who looked at her turned pale. On the mountain that Wang Kang ruled, he was a king, and such a person lost his life at the hands of this unknown swordsman. This difference was enough to destroy their spirit. The battle starts from the head. Yu Yiseal, who had neatly carried out the teachings of Chang Myung, gazed at Bak Chong, who smiled. The enemy leader has been defeated. And he aimed the tip of his sword at the pale-faced bandits. Make those who don't surrender pay for their sins. Yes. The disciples of Mount Hua, whose morale rose endlessly, attacked with increased force. You damned bastards. Even if you become evil spirits, Guak. Fear spread rapidly as even those who still had the will and energy to resist fell helplessly. I surrender. I surrender. Please spare me. Drop your weapons, you idiots. Drop them quickly. Although the battle was short, lasting no more than an hour, over 100 bandits fell. If the battle had continued, the outcome seemed obvious. The only options left for those who had lost their force and even their leader were death or surrender. Even those who lacked the ability to think knew how precious their lives were, so they threw down all their weapons. Victory belonged to Mount Hua. This was a completely different outcome than the battles against the 10,000 People Clan and the Great Star Bandits. It was the first time a fortress of bandits at full strength had been defeated under the name of Mount Hua. The faces of the Mount Hua disciples were flushed with emotion. Their pride in their performance and the victory of the battle ignited their spirits. Elder Hyun Sang, who was trying to calm his excited heart by clenching his fists, raised his voice. This battle is a victory for Mount Hua. Take the weapons of the opponents and capture them. Yes. It was a clean sweep and an amazing victory for Mount Hua, and no one could say otherwise. Chapter 586. In the center of the mountain hut, numerous bandits knelt. Their faces displayed loss and fear as if their right to live had been stripped away. Losing their martial arts for a warrior could be a punishment worse than death in some ways. However, Hyun-sang had no intention of showing them mercy. After all, they are bandits who prey on people. There were people who benefited the world by learning martial arts, and there were people who caused harm by learning martial arts. He thought these bandits were clearly the latter. Discussing reform and good fortune with clumsy teaching sometimes produced results as bad as not starting at all. It would have been better to eliminate future troubles through one swift punishment. And the children. There are a few children with minor injuries, but no child was seriously hurt. Hyun-sang nodded. Although there was a huge difference in skill, lives were still lost to a reckless sword in any case. But fortunately, that didn't seem to be. In the center of the mountain hut, numerous bandits knelt. Their faces displayed loss and fear as if their right to live had been stripped away. Losing their martial arts for a warrior could be a punishment worse than death in some ways. However, Hyun-sang had no intention of showing them mercy. After all, they are bandits who prey on people. There were people who benefited the world by learning martial arts, and there were people who caused harm by learning martial arts. He thought these bandits were clearly the latter. Discussing reform and good fortune with clumsy teaching sometimes produced results as bad as not starting at all. It would have been better to eliminate future troubles through one swift punishment. And the children. There are a few children with minor injuries, but no child was seriously hurt. Hyun-sang nodded. Although there was a huge difference in skill, lives were still lost to a reckless sword in any case. But fortunately, that didn't seem to be the case this time. Mount Hua had become so strong. If this was Mount Hua before the arrival of Changyang, Hyun-sang knew that the disciples would have been unable to handle the bandits even at the base of the mountain, let alone those above them. However, clearing out the bandits at the top of Green Forest was impossible without taking any damage. Since this change occurred in just a few years, realizing how quickly the sect had become stronger was surprising. You have all been through so much. Not at all, Elder. This was easy. Perhaps the disciples were thinking the same. Although he was somehow trying to stop his shoulders from shaking, his face still showed pride. But because of that, everyone had forgotten. There was an evil spirit here, and it was always unable to tolerate happy situations. Why are your shoulders shaking as if you did something amazing? We just caught some bandits. Once the cold remarks were poured on him, the disciples of Mount Hua looked at Changyang with sullen expressions. However, he shamelessly puffed out his chest. What? Why? Did I say something wrong? Even if you prick him with that needle, not a single drop of blood will come out. Make sure you hit him, and still. Changyang clicked his tongue with a disapproving look. Since when did the Mount-hua-sect become such an insignificant place that gets proud for beating up some bandits? Exclamation mark. If our ancestors saw this, they would be so upset that they would die again. Not me. No. Be quiet now. Who even said anything? Everyone sighed as they watched Changyang speak nonsense. However, even after hearing the scolding, the disciples couldn't help but let their flushed faces and smiles return. Ads by Pub Future. Changyang eventually burst into laughter. Of course, this is good. The victory was a more valuable experience than anything else. Of course, you could learn things from defeat, but right now, gaining confidence through winning rather than learning from defeat is more important. Mount Hua's disciples had a subtle sense of defeatism. Since their talent was never recognized, they couldn't help but feel a subtle sense of inferiority to those who had been recognized by the sect. The best way to get rid of that is to do something they wouldn't dare do. Although gaining fame was truly important at the moment, having confidence in oneself wasn't a bad thing. And gain experience too. The biggest advantage gained from this battle was that, for the first time, the entire Mount Hua group stepped forward and experienced what a battle was. Just having this experience at a time when the entire world was peaceful was a huge benefit to the sect. Because one day, the day would come when they would have to fight like this. In that sense, it could be said to be a battle in which a lot was gained. But what else could be said? Hoo-hoo. Hee-hee-hee. Quack. We were a lot stronger than we knew. Hee-hee, I didn't care if it was Wudang or Budang. They were nothing special. Ha 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 ha. Watching the Sahyungs all laugh happily, Changyang's stomach twisted and his feelings soured. Nice. Ha ha ha. Yes. It was. You like this? The Sahyung, Sajays who were all smiles, slowly closed their mouths with awkward looks once again at the words of Chunmyung. You mean it was that good? As Changyang smiled brightly and asked, anxiety began to appear on the faces of Mount Hua's disciples. Then you need to do more. Where are the next bandits? See Changyang. Blood Tiger bandit Yang Gwe looked at the scene in front of his eyes in shock. What is this? It felt like the mountain was being pushed in. It wasn't a mountain of bandits, but a mountain full of flowers. Ah. Just who are these people? His men were helplessly being swept away and falling. Yang Gwe gulped at this. Where did things go wrong? Ads by Pub Future. The moment he saw him So Byung standing behind the approaching Mount Hua warriors, cold sweat began to trickle down. His face, which always looked sick, was now healthy. Was his health degrading all a lie? Was it a ploy to lure us all in? There was no way to determine what was true and what was false. Right, no, it was good till then. He could understand it till that point. But what really bothered him wasn't him So Byung, but the tragedy ahead of him. The others desperately held on to the thin little person who was approaching them with a serious face. No, Sasuke has done so much all this while. Why are you trying to step out again? Then Seigo. There was one guy Seigo also fought with yesterday. Make some concessions. At least some. You also fought against the bandit leader. You cannot hit either. Yang Gwe, who had been listening to this, trembled. So before this they are those brats fighting one another to deal with me? Finally, a bald man with different clothes sneaked from behind and was caught by the hair. Yang Kui couldn't hold it any longer and shouted. How dare these bastards act like this, knowing who I am? Mister, stay out. Just wait there. It will get decided soon. Yang Gui's shoulders slumped. The guys who were fighting amongst themselves began to yell, and it seemed like they soon came to a conclusion, and one person stepped ahead. He bowed, and a novel bonnet hat. His uniform neatly clung to him. Compared to the others that he could not differentiate from his fellow bandits, this one had features closer to a Taoist. This man then stepped forward. Mount Hua's third-class disciple, Yun Zhong. Yun Zhong. For real. Came here. You bandit. Yang Gui's thoughts changed. The kid said something that felt like nothing like what a Taoist would say. This kid wasn't sane either. Yang Gwe, holding his beloved scimitar, gritted his teeth and rushed at Yun Zhong. I will fix your head. After a moment, Yun Zhong gently wiped the sweat from the forehead with a clean face and politely greeted him. I will learn well. A pleasure that was supposed to be felt was missing for Yang Gwe. No, it felt meaningless to even consider whether he was conscious or not. A person who had been reduced to a thing wouldn't be able to respond properly even if he was conscious. Zhou Gul, Yu Yisel, and Bak Chon knew how to take bold risks to defeat the opponent when a chance came. But Yun Zhong would never deviate from what he learned. He would never push himself and only did the safest attacks. Ads by Pub Future. A weapon that could be withdrawn once the opponent's weakness was realized was considered a very straightforward sword. However, a scene reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse unfolded in a life or death situation where one faced the impossible. Regardless of how severe the wounds were, he refused to surrender. Thus, Yang Gwe had no choice but to continue attacking until he lost consciousness from excessive bleeding. That was the outcome. Yun Zhong turned around, a hint of pride on his face. We defeated the enemy leader, why are you looking at me like that? He asked, genuinely puzzled by the reactions that differed from his expectations. Bak Chan and the others, who watched this scene with a look of disgust, shook their heads. Barbaric. My goodness, how can someone beat another to such a state? I never imagined that being faithful could be so terrifying. It would have been more merciful to kill them quickly. Well, that's what's frightening about Yun Zhong. Bak Chan thought to himself as he observed Yang Gwe and Yun Zhong. A person who only practiced striking for a year couldn't be someone who had learned various techniques from an early age. However, if one practiced only striking for a long period, no one could withstand a single blow. Everyone knew this, but no one dared to voice it or attempt it. Think about it. Who could practice the same motion so consistently? The person who could do that was Yun Zhong. A sword that wasn't flashy or unusual. And above all, it was faithful to the basics. If one calmly assessed the present, Yun Zhong was the weakest among the 5 swords. His strength didn't match Zhou Gul's. But if 10 or 20 years pass, that guy might become the strongest among us. It was such a peculiar thought. Bak Chan, Yu Yisel, Yun Zhong, and Zhou Gul. Each of them had distinct personalities, with no two alike. Despite learning the same thing, their personalities and even their sword techniques looked vastly different. Yet, they were all growing stronger in their own unique ways. Different yet the same yet different. And it wasn't just them. Bak Chion's gaze shifted to the back. The disciples of Mount Hua, led by Hyun Sang and An Jiam, were taking down the other bandits. Seeing the strength in their swords, he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Including the minor skirmishes, there had only been 3 battles. Yet, those 3 were enough for the swordsmanship of Mount Hua to improve dramatically. Bak Chan quietly watched Chung Young squatting in a corner, dividing a rice cake for Bak R as if he had nothing to do with the battle. Seriously. What? Is Mount Hua so weak? You're being ridiculous. It's not that Mount-hua is weak. It's you who are weak. Bak Chan laughed as if he had no other choice. After meeting this guy, their world changed. Taking a good look at Chang Myung, Bak Chan took a deep breath and said, "Now, should we clean this up? We need to handle this and move to the top." "Yes." He nodded and walked towards the bandits who were still fighting. But Chang Myung said not to help in catching the bandits. "Can we just leave? Wouldn't it be okay if I just held a sword and glared from the side?" Seriously. The 5 swords, excluding Chang Myung, drew their cold iron swords and walked towards the bandits. And Mount-hua cleared both groups of mountain bandits in less than half a day. They began to advance towards the last remaining group. Chapter 587. L Leader. The suffering fox, Li Jongbang, burst through the door. Go Hong frowned, clearly displeased. "Why all the commotion? L Leader. We're in trouble." Li Jongbang's face was pale as he shouted this, and Go Hong reprimanded him. "It's because that guy, Man S.A. Chol, is so flighty. Now, what's the matter? Mount-hua. What? The Mount-hua-sect is subduing the other bandit groups and heading this way. What?" Go Hong frowned, his tone indifferent. "What are you saying? Wasn't that the plan? Didn't you say that if I stayed put, they would attack the others, and I just had to watch and then take them out, right? But things aren't going as I expected. I thought Mount-hua and the other bandits would form a 2-party alliance. But now, Mount-hua is single-handedly annihilating the other bandits. Annihilating? It's as I said. They're overpowering the others without sustaining much damage." After delivering his report, Li Jongbang swallowed hard, fearing the leader's harsh words. However, contrary to his expectations, Go Hong didn't seem too upset by the report. Instead, he grinned as if he found it amusing. "Oh, it seems those youngsters are tougher than I thought. Mount-hua's strength is greater than we anticipated. Yes, it's my mistake. I should have realized it when our group was defeated. TSK. You incompetent fool." Go Hong merely stroked his beard a few times and then looked at the bowing Li Jongbang. "So, what do you propose?" "Well, things aren't looking good. First, we should retreat." "Retreat?" Hearing that, Go Hong burst into laughter. "You coward, have you lost your mind? Are you suggesting that I, Go Hong, should run from these children? But leader their force appears so formidable. Their morale has significantly increased since they defeated 2 bandit groups." Li Jongbang lowered his head as much as he could while speaking. "There's a saying that one should avoid the rain when it falls. For now, it might be better to take shelter for a while to avoid it." TSK. You fool. Go Hong sneered. "With that head of yours, all you're good for is wiping the backsides of others." L Leader. Go Hong then asked airily. "Smiling face casual date is just a click away. Ads by Pub Future. Right. I heard there's a rat among those Mount-hua bastards." "Yes. It's said that the Green Forest King is also with Mount-hua." Ha 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 ha. Go Hong held his stomach and laughed. His eccentric laughter echoed throughout the building, causing it to shake and dust to fall from the ceiling. L Leader. Li Jongbang stared blankly at Go Hong as if he couldn't comprehend. Of course, Go Hong wasn't the most intelligent person around. However, he certainly wasn't one to take unnecessary risks. He couldn't have risen to his position in the Green Forest, a place full of conspiracies, without being cautious. Even if luck played a part in his rise, it was only possible for him to build his current reputation with some skill. Li Jongbang found himself understanding Go Hong even less now, that novel but at. Ha 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 ha. That rat is really using his brain. He must be coming up here confident of victory. L Leader. Please assess the situation. Right. I understand it, too. Go Hong said harshly. You're saying that the other bandits, who are essentially keeping me in check, are now completely destroyed, and I have no competition around. And the kids of Mount-hua, who are 100 times stronger, are here with that rat. Yes. What better situation could there be? There was a bright light in Go Hong's eyes. Then, wouldn't it mean that as long as I killed those Mount-hua brats and the rat, no one would interfere with me taking the position of the Green Forest King? Those who were idiots wouldn't dare to stand in front of me, and even those who had some power wouldn't be able to deny that I caught and killed him Sabaong. L Leader. Of course, it is. But isn't that the case only when we can stop those Mount-hua people with our strength? Indeed, the Great Star bandits have power that can be compared to the other bandits around them. Even if the other 2 bandit groups combined their strength, it would still be difficult for them to win. However, did that mean that the bandits here could take down 2 bandit groups without taking damage? That made no sense. If they had such power, there would have been no need for them to wait until now, because they could have just swept them away at once.